Hello? How is it going? Oh god, my mic is all the way away from my face. There we go. Happy Friday. My glasses are filthy. I should have cleaned them before stream. Let's attempt to clean them on my shirt. Be gentle. What's up? Fuck yeah, working from home. Isn't it a blast? I will miss working from home when I hopefully eventually get a library job and have to be, you know, in a library. But c'est la vie. There we go. That's something. I'm a mess as usual. Anyway, what's up? How's it going? Trying to fuck with my setup a little bit because I was clicking through my streams from last week trying to like clip things. I realized you can Hello, am I back now? Hello. I don't know what the fuck just happened there. But it was unpleasant. Oh, and the fucking ads. Ugh. It's fine. I'll take the next couple minutes to just recover from whatever the fuck happened there. OBS just decided to disconnect. I didn't lose internet. But I can't tell if I like this or not. I don't know. Have the ads ended? Are we free from advertisement hell yet? I don't want to, like, go into anything. There's still ads. Where's my lotion? There it is. I got crusty hands. This is a very engaging beginning of my stream. First my stream breaks, then an ad plays, and so I just don't talk about anything for 3 to 5 minutes. There's still something on my glasses, and I can see it in my vision. It's pissing me off. Can we not play this game? Okay. Good, glad. I'm glad. Goodness. Hi, Nico. How are you doing, my love? Hope you had a good week, even though I know the training was pissing you off. Training is always a slog, but yours sounds like an extra slog. Missed you. What am I doing? I don't even know. I'm always scatterbrained. Did I ever show you guys these cool things that I got? This cool art that I bought? It's from an Etsy creator called World Formula. I ordered more art from them that I'm waiting to come in the mail. But they're like little tickets. I got these a while ago. I don't know why I never show them off. So they're tickets for the cases in no. Game 3. What is Game 3 fucking called? Why can't I remember what it's called? Trials and Tribulations? Yeah. There we go. This is the artist. I love it. I love it when it doesn't focus. Also, it's backwards, so it's not like you're gonna be able to see that anyway. Anyway, so there are these like tickets for each of the cases, and I love them. They have another set of these that is what's the word I'm looking for? It's the second Great Ace Attorney game, and I ordered those two. They're on the way. But yeah, I'm obsessed with them. I can't wait to figure out how to display them, how to hang them up. And they're probably my two favorite games, and they had the art of these for both of them. I think Trials and Tribulations and Great Ace Attorney Resolve are my two favorite games, I think. I love them. I adore them. The cases of them are so much fun. I love Godot. And the Kazuma twists in Great Ace Attorney 2 is just, they're amazing. Yeah, I'm so excited. They are perforated. Like, this is perforated. I will never bend that. Never ever. But yeah, I'm like, I adore them. They're so pretty. Also, yesterday was Phoenix Wright Eats Glass Day, a national holiday. Like, so good. Great Ace Attorney is probably my favorite too. I loved, like, Great Ace Attorney is my favorite. If we're talking about like the completed games or the trilogy collections, Great Ace Attorney is my favorite one of them. Like, both of those games are just a blast. Norton, I will not be restarting my computer. Thank you so much, though. Not interested. Just getting more close-ups on these bad boys. Get Phoenix falling off the bridge. Anyway. It's definitely my favorite collection of games. They're so good. I would love more. And I love the style that they did them in. They were so whimsical. Like, I hope when... Also, will my camera focus on my face again? There we go. When we get Ace Attorney 7, it mimics Great Ace Attorney. And it's like 3D goofiness, you know? Can you imagine Miles Edgeworth doing the Sholmes dance? I feel like that would be incredible. I can picture it now, and I love it. Also, getting Phoenix, like, falling over to the, like, Sholmes freak out. That would be... I'm sure somebody has done that. I'm sure somebody's, like, could rip their models from this game and, like, paste them on top of the Great Ace Attorney guys, but someone who's good at art. You picture Edgeworth doing the leg slap? Oh my god, you're right. You go. He would. Actually, he would try to do it and he would throw out his back. There's no way that man is flexible enough for that. Phoenix would absolutely throw off his back doing it. Mr. I bend over once and my back hurts so bad I pass out for a whole day. Pre-slam stretches. So funny. Let me put this back in its safety envelope. You can't see my address. You can't have my address, guys. Anyway, yeah. I don't know if I have anything else to say. It's been a weird week. Okay, here's my, like, every person I know has been having, like, such a strange, shitty week in, like, one way or another. Just, like, something bad happened to them. Mine was on Tuesday morning. I wake up. It's 8 a.m. I check my phone. I have an email about an announcement that my professor posted on our class. And it was like, I'm about halfway through grading your 3-part projects. I'll be done them in like, a week or so. I thought that 3-part project was due in like 2 weeks. It was due on Easter. So I go into full-blown panic mode. Full-blown panic. Because it's over a week since that was due. Holy shit. I'm like scrambling through the syllabus. See, like, what's the late work policy? Of course, it's like you can't turn in anything late. I was like, oh my god. So I emailed my professor. Like, basically, like, hands and knees begging this woman. I was like, I'm so sorry. I got the due date wrong. I had it written down incorrectly. This never happens. I'm so sorry. Can I please, is there any way I can still turn this in? Even if you, like, take points off for being late, like, I'll take anything. I'm, like, begging this woman. And I'm in, like, pure panic. Like, holding back a panic attack the whole time, where I'm, like, getting ready in the morning to start work. Maybe, like, 20 minutes later, my professor emails me back. God bless this woman. She's like, no problem. It happens. Don't worry. No, I'm not even going to take off late points. Like, just turn it in when you can. I started crying on the spot. This woman is an angel. I can't believe she didn't even take off late points. And she just graded today and I got 100%. I don't know how I pulled that whole thing out of my ass in 24 hours. Like, not even, it was about 24 hours. 3-part project, like a book. I had to make an annotated bibliography where I had to pick a theme. I had to get 10 to 12 books that fit that theme, plus 2 websites and a movie. And then I had to annotate the bibliography. So that took so long. I had to create a display piece. Do you guys want to see my display piece? I'm actually pretty proud of it. I did it on Canva because I was short for time, and it was the only thing I knew I could do, like, that would make something look halfway decent. Yeah. Just sign me into fucking Canva. Come on. We're going on a fun little detour. This isn't my personal information on this Canva, right? No. Okay, let's see. Here she is. So my theme was found family. And so these are all the 12 books that I pulled out. And so this was my display. This class is young YA, library, literature, and young adults. So it's all like YA, middle grade, like age level. And so I made this fun graphic, kind of emulating like, oh, it'd be like a corkboard in the library. Because in the instructions, she was like, make a display and then like videotape it or take a picture. And I was like, there's no way on God's green earth I'm pulling a physical display out of my ass in the next 24 hours. So this was my fun little, my selections. I've not read all of these books. I've read a good chunk. I've read these 3. I've read The Outsiders, obviously. I think I talked about that a couple weeks ago. And I've read these 2. This book is so fucking cute. The Tea Dragon Society. Oh, it's adorable. Highly recommend it. And then the rest of them, it was a lot of Googling. Found family trope. And looking for things. I never heard of these books. I couldn't believe I found 2 different poetry books that came into that. Also, just all these books that I haven't read sounded really good. This book, I heard very good things. I'm bumping it up on my list a little bit. This book sounds crazy in a good way. But anyway, that's what I did. And then I had to make record a book talk, which took me like 10 times to record. It was a lot, but I turned it in and I got it back already. I was stressed, but that was my fuck panic of the week, because I'm a dumbass. But now I'm hyper aware of the deadline for my final project. But I would have been absolutely fucked if she didn't let me turn this in. Like, thank God for the kindness of this, because this project was 300 points. Our final project is 100 points. Like, I was most of my grade. I would have been absolutely fucked. Just, she deserves, I hope that she has all the good karma on her. Like, I was seeing my 4.0 GPA flash before my eyes. Gonna be ripped away from me. Anyway, shall we play Ace Attorney? I think that's all I have to ramble about. Nothing else particularly exciting happened this week. My shoulders hurt very badly because we've been doing hook punches and combat slaps at karate, as they're called. Fucking just slap people. And so my shoulders are very mad at me. Well, really, this shoulder, more than anything, is very mad at me for all the shit that I've been doing for the past week. Can we stop and focus on my beautiful face? Thank you so much. Thank you, camera. Anyway, I gotta change my game capture. I forgot because of content warning, which I would love to play more of. That game was so much fucking fun. I'm so glad I streamed it so that I recorded it, because there's so many good moments. It's great to see it from like multiple POVs. Oh, such a good time. Anyway, where the fuck were we? I don't like the stuttering that's happening right now. Okay, Maya arrested for murdering priest man. And now we're about to do it. Oh yeah, and then she got a guilty verdict. And we were seeing our lives flash before our eyes. And then somebody busted into the courtroom. Emma, I think it was, actually. Busted in the courtroom and was like, somebody else is dead too. And we also think it's Maya. So that's not good. I'm sure they're gonna give us a little mini recap or something, as they tend to do. You gonna load? Or is my computer just being a little bitch today? I don't know what's happening. Is this game such a burden on you, computer? Oh God, is it gonna crash? Oh, here we go. May 11th. Temple. Nope, I want this away from my mouth a little bit. Hold on. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Okay. Oh, this is really long. Oh, we're stuck again. What is happening? This is the worst place for you to freeze, game. Oh my God. There we go. Thank you. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. God. we gonna do this again? Okay, good. Mr. Wright! Albie. I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... Oh my god. Why? Too many flashbacks to get stuck on. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yes. This dagger... It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is out on that one, so... At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. I forgot he died. I completely forgot that was the end of this game. So the other day I was thinking about the case, and I was like, I wonder if it's that Acolyte guy who's actually the murderer. Nope. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Hi, Rafa. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. Ugh. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. You hate calling. Only 30 more minutes. You got this, Nico. I believe in you. You're gonna kick those 30 minutes' ass. I'm in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be. Baby girl, you're very dramatic. It's okay, you're 14 though. All I did was defend my client. Ugh. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Oh my god. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Phoenix. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. It's time to take my antidepressant. One moment. I should have brought the little pill container over earlier, but I forgot. Oh, excuse me. Being good and not taking my medicine with my alcohol. Not that I should be drinking alcohol in this medicine, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'm so washed out. Can I make this any less bright? No. What if I turn it off? I guess. I need to get, like, real lighting situation going. Barbed head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That's the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. She's so cute. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. I love this face she's making. She's adorable. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But, your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Okay, what are we getting rid of? Newspaper? I do have a lot of evidence, wow. The arrow. My guess is she's gonna get rid of the arrow. Maybe one of these notes. Okay. Now is it gone? The Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Oh god, wow, it got rid of a lot. Holy shit. Oh my god, it went from 2 whole pages to 1 page. Yeah, okay, all of the stuff. Yeah, he's got a little puppy on his head. It's Shadow, I think is the dog's name. Now then. The scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Move. Plaza of Devotion. So was he dead the whole time that he was kneeling there? What a shape on that on that outline. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. I think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Is there? I guess that purple one is new. As the High Priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the High Priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this? How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Oh, is this Emma? Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma. I love her music. It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilt milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly. I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Okay, so this is part 2 of this case, Nico. Maya has been, shocker, arrested, accused of murdering someone. Maya is accused of murdering the priest. Hold on. Look at her, she's adorable. Murdering this guy, the abbot of, Yes, yes again, Nico. She can't be in a game and not accused of murder at least once. At least once. They were doing this purification rite. It's like a ceremony. And the two of them were the only ones up at like the top of this mountain that we're on right now. And Maya passed out. She was very obviously drugged, in my mind, though we haven't found evidence of that yet. And he was stabbed to death, and they think it was her. They also think that she's this, like, vigilante character that's been going around. Because the vigilante has been around for 2 years. Maya's been here for 2 years. Of course. And now this guy is dead. And she's been accused of that too. So in the first trial, we got a guilty verdict. We lost. So her and I are gonna be killed. But then Emma burst in and was like, but another body. And not Emma, sorry, it was just a guy. There was another body and Maya's fingerprints are on the weapon. So now we have trial number 2 for the murder of this man. Yeah. This is, okay. So she got accused of Mia. Then she got accused of something in Justice for All, because it was actually the aunt, wasn't it? She definitely gets accused of something in the third. I have to look it up. It's, oh god, it's at least like either 4. It's either the 3rd or 4th time that she's been accused of murder. Maya Fey. Let's go to her Wikipedia page. Early life, don't care about that. Mia's death, she was accused of that. Then she was accused of killing that guy in the mini Mini and Innie Mini case, the twins. She was accused of killing a guy because she was in a spirit channeling session, but it wasn't actually her. So that was game 2. And then in the end of game 2, she gets kidnapped. Right. And threatened with murder by an assassin. And then well, there's the whole mask thing, but she was not accused of that one. And then in Bridge the Turnabout, I don't think she was accused. She wasn't accused, but like she was attempted murder by Dahlia, I think. And that was the mess of that game. And now there's this. So she's actually been accused of murder twice, but she's had her life, or 3 times. This is the 3rd time. But she's had her life threatened twice. So, you know. All right, I want to examine everything first. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot? What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is universal practice. Namanda flower. Added to the court record. Okay. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Phoenix! No! This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wish of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Dearest wishes, I guess. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key, too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag added to the correct. Okay. To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. Phoenix. Albie said that these are called prayer flags, and the prayers written on them are carried through the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Phoenix. Sassy man. Okay, I think that's everything. Cool, let's talk to Emma. Hi, darling. She's so cute! She's so cute, I love her. She cracks me up. Anyway, let's see. How about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Puree Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So, during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Are we sure he wasn't dead then? Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes, Phoenix. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Why's it got a peach at the base of his neck? Are we sure he hasn't been dead since multiple days ago? Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. When they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Okay. Yeah, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. I would love to read that autopsy report real quick. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? Between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's very specific. 10, 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. Okay. I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. It really doesn't have to be an adorable... She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? Emma, she's 14, and acting interested in something isn't cool. I guess I have to now. Okay. There are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. I think that we're going to find out that the time of death estimated in that report is wrong because it was so cold that the body got cold way faster than it should have. Actually, I don't know. It was cold longer. Anyway, I think we're going to find out that that time of death is wrong and that it's actually earlier because it was cold out. I don't fucking know. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Phoenix, you raised a teenager. This behavior should not be that much of a shock to you. Not that I think Trucy acts anything like this girl, but were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right. The back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Why can't I read? Am I having a stroke? Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there are no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Ugh. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. Okay. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who's been battling the rebels, and says Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel. He, too, was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that's how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is the Lady Kira vigilante. Is that Lady Kira? Excuse me. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going! Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected to this case. Alright, let's go up top, because we're here. I've already searched here, but never heard to take it. Okay, well that tells me, in theory, tells me there's nothing else to see, but just, you know. Just making sure. Okay. Hello? I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed head. I can't do this again. I have to come up with a different voice for her. You were not contemplating casting suspicion on Lady Belib, are you? She lost her beloved husband and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inmee. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Puree? I guess I'm giving her an old lady voice because I don't have... She's not an old lady, but I don't have anything better. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya, I heard she was found guilty. First, my dear husband, and now Puree. Mrs. Inmee, you don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. There's a picture over there with Maya in it. I can see it. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith, even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused. That's right. All right, then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belib? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Qur'anism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Alright. Barbed head, it appears you're quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Okay. Of course he does, Nico. They're his little misfit family. A photo of the high priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Oh, it's so sweet. Maya. Since Maya's in it. Must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inmee about it. I also love found families, if you couldn't tell, Nico. Oh, they're my beloveds. To think this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Qurayan. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well, yes, they're very awe-inspiring. Okay. I think that's all the new stuff. Yeah, okay. Let's talk to the lady. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Puree collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Korean. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Okay. Oh, here we go. I forgot it was in my court record. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Those look like big giant mozzarella sticks and I want to eat them really bad. Would you mind telling me a little bit more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings? Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoyed dishes full of ginghil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. Ginghil. Ginghil. I don't know. This game is really testing my ability to read and sound out words. You loved the ginghil-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear? Ginghil. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? Very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It's like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Puree went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Okay. So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Puree always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inme, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Okay. I don't know where to go now. Talk to those related to the incident. Okay. Hi, Maya. Maya sure looks tired. I'm sorry, Maya. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. Gotta go get some dinner, finally done. Hell yeah, you go enjoy your dinner. Sure, Maya will be fine. There's 2 more cases after this, so she's gotta be. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial upside down and inside out, you'll see. So are they gonna kill Wright too? Mm-hmm. Yes. Because of this, act, they will charge... If they lose, the defense gets charged with the same, punishment that the accused does. And the punishment for murder is death. We're gonna leave Trucy an orphan twice. A double orphan. Anyway. Trucy's a super orphan. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. Yeah, a little bit. This game is also very weird compared to the other two. The setting is so aggressively different than any of the other games. I simply thought I would allow you two a good talk before you departed from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't until the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted. And hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough. There's no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong! Her little blush is so cute. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts at the scorn of our kingdom as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. Excuse me. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy, and after that, everything's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool that I think there's a mysterious vigilante out there. Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Enemy's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inmi. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came in from the sky? You know, like the bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plume Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plume Punisher bases here in Kurayan? Can we please stop talking about the Plume Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds great. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we... I was wondering why the clicking got quiet. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding onto it for me? Sure, so what's the super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that! In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Thank you for retweeting the stream, Nico. My friend started playing Baldur's Gate. Abby, I'm so excited for you. Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Alright, let's go back to the priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Emmy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I'm watching you like a war-bad bardhead. You better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then on with it. I would if you stopped interrupting me. Oh my god. Here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action show back in my country. It's an action hero show. Action hero... Hold on. What was it? He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. Okay, I read it right. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. It looks strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Reva seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between the Plumed Punisher and the Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh! Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Excuse me. Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence. I'm gonna freak out. Norton keeps being like, restart your computer. Fuck off. No. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? Can I present her this thing? Do not flaunt that strap before me. You know, I get the feeling you really want this for yourself, your benevolence. You, nincompoop, you know not of what you speak. I desire it so dearly that I had all of our retainers dispatch multiple postcards for it. Alright then, seems really want was an understatement. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to... like, flaunt it, like, tease her with it. This is not something I would normally speak to an outsider such as... to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Naya! Nana! What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important? What's written inside? Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that? Oh, your benevolence? Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Korayanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Korayanist's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The queen has a secret art? I assume channeling. It is something a foreigner such as you Could never hope to guess. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. She just comes out and says it. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body in return for turn to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap of time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it's become quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and looked at Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Gasp and Pain definitely fits that bill. I hate that man. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It is all written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination seance was once one of the important roles filled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Korean. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? My back. Oh, this chair hurts my back. There are more important things to do than stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? The queen is a spirit medium. Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you really believe the Queen of Kuraim would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third rate. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Oh god, escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There's no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect. But he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look! Wait! Phoenix just sprints out after the fucking convict. Ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise when I get back home. Mr. Wright! Hey, Albie. That's Arpal. Have you seen him? Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? One second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all the police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken the air to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait! It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arbol could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? No. Okay. I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now, but I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. This is a really popular bun shop here in Kurayan. Oh, they even sell magatama. Let's see. One magataman, 15 damas. Wait a second. Weren't you selling them for 20 damas apiece? The extra 5 damas is the service fee. He's quite the shrewd businessman. Look at all these vegetables. Let's see, there's Gaipam, Konuro, and Zebas. They're all freshly picked this morning. Never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat. Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this, and oh, and this too. Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? But this is barely enough for a side dish. I hope I brought enough money. Okay. I'm looking. The gate to Temple. And at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Okay, what have I missed? Oh! The big open manhole cover. That manhole cover, it's open. Whoa! What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Arbol if he had something with the rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Arbol scent on it. Something he might have touched. do I? Probably this. Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he picked up a scent. Mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. Thank you, Albie. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham. Ah! Phoenix. You idiot. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, gosh. What? Oh, God, a spider. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's Arable. Arable. Yikes! Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Whew. Thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yup, just like you. Ryan, public enemy number 1, is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So, came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Korean. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Tarust and me and his acolyte, Puree Zelot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. I don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. I'm gonna examine all the crap. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the Queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Arable? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no. It's just a tradition here in Korean. Pay it no mind. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Oh. It's Apollo and Nayuda. Look at him, he's a baby. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? Doesn't look so evil. Apollo and both the sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yudi was once a rebel too. I used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. And why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, but so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Kuraya's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will, too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garen one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Phoenix, are you that dull that you can't recognize Apollo? Apollo, wait a sec. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arable's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Apollo! I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready, and why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. Never lost that loud voice, though. You guys got electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with them? Here, try one. Pass. I'll definitely pass. You're missing out on a fine treat, my man. Somehow I think I'll live without it. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when it was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put this sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Is that coat yours, Mr. Arabal? Yeah, it belongs to the rebel leader Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course. I bet it will look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Phoenix. Ah, it smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. I don't know why you did in the first place. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arabal. Guys as big and strong as me? got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of super lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? I'm apparently viewing these all out of order. That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. You must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. You practically wore out the entire section. Alright. I think that's all the things I can look at. Spider. Oh. There's a ladder leading underground. You must have brought me in through there. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Arable has to say. Alright. Nope. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? About that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lies caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but you weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yup, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You've gotta be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that why you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Kurayan like I'm doing. Oh boy. Psyche locks. Mr. Arbol is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arbol? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then.
Take that!
I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel that. In this room? I don't know if this is it, but... Take that! What does that have to do with anything? You don't know? Try looking... No, okay. So, I don't know. Take that! Nope, okay. It wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't. Oh. Take that! I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurayim. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Hee-haw! That's quite the face. Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurayim's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. Tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? Okay, now it's... Oh god. Oh my god, okay. Take that! Found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. Ha-ha! So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it, I requested the grub. But it was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? My face plastered all over the place. I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades to get some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you. Girl, I don't fucking know. No. Take that! Okay. Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah? So what of it? God, I'm sorry. You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Ah. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. Take that! When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? I have, multiple times. No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes is just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside you, too. I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? I'm gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Oh, it's the eye of the dragon. Or the bird statue. Yup, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting for the powers that be. Or fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops. He's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Huh. Even with the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude. Like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garan regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. That's why there aren't any lawyers left in Korean. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and the arguing against them is banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. There's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. That's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's horrible. You're not gonna do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Finally got out of there. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arbo was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Yeah, I know where it is. I know where it is. Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. You know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home. Leave no stone unturned. Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue. It's written all over your face. Alright. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Wait. I think I have to do it from another angle. This one. Yeah, there we go. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder. Yup. Take that! I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine this goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for your remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. Hi, Ivy. How are you doing? Happy Friday. I'll be watching you like a warbad from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. Let's fucking go. Oh boy. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it to a secret hideout. But what about that warbad revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's a desecration upon Koreanism itself. The Defiant Dragon shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of this place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Yeah, because my man uses a flip phone. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it'll go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Doing well. Stayed up late last night watching someone stream The Great Ace Attorney and yapping about it because it still makes me mentally ill. Oh, that sounds like a blast. I fucking love those games. I can't blame you. They're so fucking good. I love yapping about my special interests. Now to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Alright. Left to right. Weapons, and lots of them too. We're lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amidst such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once! Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Is someone trying to record something with it? I'm not going to put that in as evidence. Okay. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses the secret water to wash the taint of battle from her body. I really love how, like, here and with Maya, they're using the, like, you know, the beeps and they're lowering the volume of them to symbolize, like, she's far away, we're talking to her from a distance, or Maya's whispering. I love that. It's such a nice little touch. Super fun. It's not red like the water in the spring. It's also not red like the water in the spring. A large stone slab, shaped like a magatama. Looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy grass-like smell? Thinking about earthquakes, thinking about his boyfriend. It's the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. Wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Guns, maps. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother. What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago. It must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do! I must warn my mother at once! No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Imi is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. We have the Plumed Punisher calendar. There's a Plumed Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plumed Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. It's rare. This rare item plays the Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. This is Plumed Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plumed Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Ooh, there's blood on the floor. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what's happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. Oh my god. I can't speak English. Thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Yes, it will. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped away. Might help us figure out what's happening in here. Alright, time for the science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminols glow. Then I just press space wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Yep, I got it. So obviously... Okay. There we go. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbad statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say how much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh right, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbad revolving door passed over it? Okay. Well, I think that covers about everything in here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Here, her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expected the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Okay. Let's go. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I don't understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Oh god, that hit me. Prosecutor Sunmati has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright. Let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. They also learned about spirit channeling here in Kurayim. That sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. That sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. I see you've gotten to the point where that photo is shown. This one? This photo? Oh my gosh, I just noticed. The Steel Samurai watch. Oh, there's the fan. She traded with... Okay, I'm putting pieces together. And she was definitely drugged during this meal. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh yeah, with Baby Polly! Oh my god. Baby Polly and Yudi, they're so cute! Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found in the Inner Sanctum. There's a blood stain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. The kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Raifa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances work both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Kurayim find it strange. Mr. Wright? I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow! Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. Or we did. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. I don't have any idea who actually killed him. I don't know. Next fucking chapter. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? Doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right? You bet! You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to pull up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rafa doesn't seem to be in the best spirits herself. Go ahead and feign confidence now while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Ugh, I have no idea what to expect during this. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmadi. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene, being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I'm going to murder Norton. Thank you. My virus, antivirus thing keeps popping up a thing that's like, restart your computer. Restart your computer. No. I'm doing something. Could not agree more. Yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pure Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmadi, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Koreanism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Baling Pokan Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galun of... Oh my god, okay. Furthermore... Enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought of that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the priest disciple, Pure Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The warbad dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbad Dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it!
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. A serial killer is 3 or more. She's killed 2 people, apparently. So, go fuck yourself. Anyway. The prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Will it? Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence? Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Let's hope I don't use 4 of my 5 lives on this time. Very well, the divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Naina.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Tracy wasn't lying when she said Apollo didn't like to talk about his past. I know, he's got multiple traumatic backstories. They can never let this man rest. He knows no peace. They make his mentor a murderer. They give him a trauma of having to deal with Phoenix. Also of Phoenix making him present false evidence in court against his knowledge. Then his best friend is fucking murdered in front of him. And he doubts his friend of not being the one that murdered him. And now all this. Apollo can never know peace. Hope you guys don't mind I'm talking over this. This is the 3rd time we've seen it. And it's cool, but there's only so many times. I need to watch this girl do this dance. It's very long. Oh, I can skip it. Oh, okay. Let me do that. We couldn't actually see anything. He was kneeling the whole time. And is it gonna load? That's my next question. Gonna load? Hello? Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence? What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Maybe that's not his real name. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for Puree Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. Wasn't he, like, adopted or taken in from... Maybe that's just not his real name. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I don't know why. But I know not why. It is my secret duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is bad. Divination seance was my one and only hope. Maybe Maya will spirit channel him. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath, and is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please. You're not helping. He did get a rockstar prosecutor as a boyfriend, at least, and has been unknowingly reunited with his little sister. True. He got some good companionship out of the deal. Clevier. Oh, him and Clevier, I love them. But we're gonna add on trauma when Phoenix finally fucking tells them that they're siblings. Ugh. Can't believe this man This man knew they were siblings from before Apollo's first trial. And hasn't said anything this whole time. It's been 3 years. How dare you! The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you... I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Good. I don't want it to be. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Hi, Emma. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can only imagine how Apollo feels knowing his little sister and mother were right in front of him the whole time. He's getting a lot of comfort from Clivier after that bombshell. I've read a fanfic with that exact premise, actually. Ugh. I love a good hurt comfort moment. It's great. I can't do this. No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Let her have her snackoos. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Pere Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection with the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies with their testimony so far. I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. Yeah, it's not his fucking name. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Yeah, it's not his name. It's not his name. Okay, time to press for some more information. Let's press everything.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest, our disciple. Furthermore...
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Immy's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Yeah. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used a deceased face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID, and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Korean. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. Ugh. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Koreanese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Oh, there's the orb to the secret hideout. Keep noticing things every time I open up this image. I don't know. Oh, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yes. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He's an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Korean illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Korean either. Oh boy. Now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. Alright. If it really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Alright, what am I presenting? No. Why I got this in exchange for a Steel Samurai watch. Pressing the Magatom on the bell, please. Okay. God, I don't know. That name is Imsan. Speaking the name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart. Oh God. I have so many text messages. Alright, what do I fucking present? I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna start at the beginning. No. No. No, no. No. Nothing on this first page. Definitely not. I don't think this has anything to do with his name. Maybe this? Maybe his tattoo? This is all I got. This is the only thing that makes any sense as possibly being... Okay. Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Koreanese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Koreanese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. I assume the tattoo.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? God, Emma. Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korean. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. Is it not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Oh. Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Koreanist clergy.
Objection.
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Koreanist clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Till about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark on the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hints. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. I can't. His name is Real Name? I'm flabbergasted. Utterly flabbergasted. Okay. He became a monk 20 years ago. Maybe he was the assassinator of the queen. And that must be the victim's real name. Why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. I am skipping this shit. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, Princess, because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, let the eyes dance so that we may...
Listen, I get it. Alright. King Hill. Plumed Punisher theme. Heavy. Pain. Interesting. Oh my! It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Prazel, it wasn't the victim's true name. Okay. Now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Haha, most surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Sadmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap! When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt, no. What she heard was almost certainly the watch. And it was the Steel Samurai theme song. Oh my god, it's the wife. She's the only other person that we've been introduced to. It has to have been the wife. Holy shit. Why? Why would she do that? Crazy. Seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item. Is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it! There's only one of those in the whole wide world! Maya, no! It's just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. It is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... No!
Objection!
Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. Divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Happily. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. Oh God. Sorry? That is everything the deceased interpreted in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Okay. It was the night of the rite, so it's dark. Oh, that's not, no. That is not. That is not. Okay. Why would he smell oh my god, there's so many things. How do I select Azar? That.
Objection!
That is not the ground. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says ginghell? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any ginghell on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled ginghell on the night of the rite. This where she talks about when they eat it. The high priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of ginghell-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time of day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of ginghell pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m., the day before the purification rite. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? Oh my god, he's so cute. I love him. I love him. That face he makes is so cute. Anyway, no matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. He was offering up his prayers. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza's ground is visible. No, it's not. Time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick! A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. I do. Hold on, where's the autopsy? Time of death, May 8th. May 9th. The thick white ice that froze the ground until yesterday has melted. I do. All right. So what am I presenting that to? This and the pattern on the floor is visible. Okay. This thing is so short. Okay. Okay. I would like
Objection!
This. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ugh, you're making that irritating face again. He died on that pillar. This is him. This is where he got stabbed. But then how did this not fall over? That's my next question. Something heavy. I said heavy. Did this fall on him? Or was he trying to push? I don't know. That's where he died, though. You're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Phoenix, right. Stop being so handsome. Anyway, I don't know what's wrong with me. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There's nothing to see. The ground of the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. That's not the ground. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite. What? But... The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that. Ugh, I hadn't gotten to that part yet. I have. Phoenix, catch up, babe. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? I got it, guys. I got it.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? Uh-huh. Are you guys dumb?
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions on the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection.
Maybe it was heavy because it was falling on him? Like this way? That does not agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Wrong. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the result of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is the proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is that true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found at the rebel hideout belongs to Pere Zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe Just maybe. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. And that's why there's no blood in the square. And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be, why the water was red. How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that too. The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. The snow? I assume. Yeah. The snow. They put him in the snow. Why? These aren't photos of the inner sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What if her fingerprints on the dagger and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. Ugh, I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. Yeah. The plumed Punisher theme, and how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. Was it the strap? Is this true? Yes. It's that alarm clock. Oh, no, wrong button.
Take that!
This is a plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Good counter-argument, Phoenix. Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You can still claim there to be an inconsistency. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. No, there's something else. There's something else. It's the heavy. It's the heavy. It's gotta be the heavy. Yeah. Hold on, wait. How do I go through the statements? Okay, it's gotta be that first one. Okay, alright.
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? It's the thing falling on him. I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness was the falling stone slab. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh! The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Could be. Could be he passed out. Because there's not a lot of blood. There is so little blood coming out of that. I don't know. But there was blood on the floor, so I don't know. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. Yeah. That means he was stabbed by at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. And he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like a dagger. Defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century. What do I have that's shaped like a dagger? Nothing. I have nothing. Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Was there? Oh, there's a sickle over there. Something that had a shape similar to the Warbad dagger. Why am I seeing this now? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the... Oh, God. I don't know. Oh. Girl. Wait. Oh my god, I know what it is. Oh my god, I know what it is.
Take that!
Is that not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Pere Zealot's life. It's that.
Take that!
He fell on the statue. But that is the Warbat statue? Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo. To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance, the divination dance, as I almost just said, to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him. This cannot be! Did we not test the blood on the statue too? But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the high priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder. A crime committed for fun? A warning for the Twilight Realm? No. Y'all, be serious. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Okay. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. Don't bag on Swiss cheese. What? Like those putrid, hole-ridden clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Nayuta, I need you to chill the fuck out. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-ridden brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Submati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse is likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I finally made some headway. What's a henway? About 2 pounds. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are we not all lawyers who practice in Kurayan? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so... The abbot? Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the rite had access to the sanctum. And that was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pura Zealot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does a figure truly exist? Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is him.
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. Except... if only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no! Don't tell me I have something on some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? That is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. I'm frankly astounded you even know of such a thing.
but spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garen can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is...
It's okay, Nick. You can tell them.
But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Korean.
Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violate some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. You decide whether you become master of Kurain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming master of Kurain.
Oh my god.
Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolent Princess Rafa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat.
Peace! Peace, I say! Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your Benevolence. This is an outrage, I say. First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling?
Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils. I'd say they should be put to death immediately.
Still your voices. Barbed Head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well, then.
I can't believe we're letting a 14-year-old make that call, but okay.
Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not strike from their challenge, shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, the court is adjourned. Okay. Alright, okay. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking go! Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right.
Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing. Actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget.
Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear Abbot Imi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as that.
They're ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once.
Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. I love her. I missed her so much. Maya. Oh, Alvin is so cute.
We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now.
Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, spirit of to rest in me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living. Can't believe she didn't get that voice acted. But Rafa gets hers. Oh my god.
What is this place? Oh my!
No! This cannot be! I'm not saying that. Oh my god.
It is the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits.
I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Go, Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
Abbot in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious maid of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service?
I'm glad he has normal eyes in Maya's body.
Abbot in me? Why, but if this isn't his magistry, have you two shuffled off that mortal coil?
That image will haunt my dreams. Yeah, seriously.
Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Faye has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Faye has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the brief...
They have the same voice as we're doing.
Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Please, praise be to the Holy Mother.
Oh, his just eyes are closed? I don't know what's happening.
However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me.
Oh, no, don't do that. Oh!
There, that is better.
Okay. Could we get to his testimony now? I wish he kept his top on.
Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf?
What the?
I've been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed.
Ah! What's with that crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training.
Oh, I wonder if Abby will be able to do that someday.
Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest?
I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Pere Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum.
Acolyte Zealot has been killed? Who would do such a thing?
Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Yeah, seriously.
Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate.
Why did you, a devout priest of Koreanism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. About Abbott and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite.
Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy.
Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy.
It's all coming back to me. Is as Prosecutor Sabmati concluded, I was slain by none other than Maya Fey.
You're a liar. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you?
I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own.
An alibi? Seriously?
Ha 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 ha. Seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbott and me, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course.
Okay. This man is a liar. A dirty liar. I have an alibi.
I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
Okay. That's it? You had guests? Just past noon? That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment of it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? I'm just gonna press everything. That was so fucking vague.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were a second nature.
Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Kurayan itself you wish to ridicule?
Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. Yeah, shut up.
Peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement?
Please, don't take it the wrong way. I love this pose and face he's making. He's so cute. I could stare at him all day long. This model is like so much better than the Duel Destinies one. And I can't explain why. Like, the Duel Destinies one makes everybody look like fucky. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally.
I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments.
Oh, I see. Still, he seemed unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Guests, and you were entertaining them personally. God, he's so skinny.
That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation.
He said his guests corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered.
Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear.
Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. Oh my god, we literally just saw this. Y'all, I don't need to see it again.
There is nothing better than enjoying Ding Hill cuisine with dear friends. That way everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous.
So we're talking about this. Right.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify.
It was none other than his majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown.
Wait a second.
Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot and me. Lady Amy's cooking simply cannot be beat.
He's really taking advantage of having the hair.
So there you have it.
When exactly was His Majesty at your home?
He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Cartu Demal.
But...
I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Okay. We visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Hold it!
Don't think I can... Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? I just thought you should bless me with the information that there's an Apologesis drama CD sold for the pre-order of the Japanese version of his trilogy, and it has Clavier. It has Clavier and Apollo singing Guilty Love together. Somebody has to put this on YouTube. Oh my god, that's incredible. Also, you'll be proud of me. You know the merch release that came out this week of like keychains and pins from, I forget whatever it's called. I've resisted buying them. I saved my money. I didn't buy them. I was looking at the 2 sets of pins because they actually, you know, 1, it has Athena, shocker, and 2, Clavier and Phoenix have the right skin tones. But shipping for those was $38. And I considered it for a moment, and then I said, no, Gabby, that's fucking stupid. Don't do that. I did not purchase $38 shipping for some pins. Someone put the subbed version on YouTube. Bless you. Yes, please give me that link. I need it.
As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime.
How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time?
There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Ugh. Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or did you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? I keep fucking whacking the mic, I'm sorry. Fucking ads. Ugh. His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbott and me's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. God. All the people are texting. Ah! There's something... Is anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? I assume that there is. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Then perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. Paraphrase were too short. He's too friendly with the judge. He knew the time of the crime. Yeah, why the fuck would he know the time of the crime? We didn't mention this. Why would he know that? I was like wondering it in the back of my head, like, why does he know that detail? But I was like, maybe it got mentioned and I just forgot because I have Swiss cheese brain. But no, we didn't say that shit. After Abbott Inmee was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. It's the wife. Once again. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. Phoenix, you did not imagine it. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? Sorry, finding the text. About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their souls. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge our mind of greed and bias. What the fuck is happening? The rose of my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. What the fuck? Sorry. How can you be so short? What's that supposed to mean? Hi, Cody. Oh. Stars. He's not alive. He's being channeled by Maya. Because we think that he murdered Abbott. No. We think that he murdered Acolyte Zealot. What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Korainus prayer. Huh? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I don't think it's letting you send a link. I don't know if I can, like, temporarily give you that. No, I don't want to purge. I don't want to purge or ban. We like Ivy. Mod actions. No. Mod comments. I don't. Permit user. That's timed out. I don't think that's... I don't think that's what I wanted. You will not get timed out for the next 60 seconds. Well, yeah, we'll figure it out. Abbott and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. Because I think his wife did it. I think it was his wife, guys. I believe this to be I believe this to be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. Oh my god, wait, yes, there was a microphone in there. You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he had surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. That's true. There was a microphone in there. Enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. I have to look something up, I'm sorry. It is not related to this. BB is texting me about manga, and he apparently just finished reading Noragami, and he said it's a quote-unquote certified hood classic. I don't know what that means. Looks cool. I'm glad you approved, Cody. Would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. I like don't even know what that means in relation to a manga, but like cool, great. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. Or that was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest. High Priest's home. Yeah, you can do that if you want. I can find it later. If that is easiest, that's probably easiest for you. I think you could probably whisper it to Cody, but I don't know how that works. Because Cody's a mod, but I don't fucking know. Also, I don't know how to do that. I think I could figure that out on a computer. I couldn't figure that out on mobile. I don't know what you're watching on, so. The power of Kuraina's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. I don't think it'll... I think it'll let you post it. You're watching for your iPad? Okay. I watch Twitch primarily from my phone as well. So, like, yeah. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Immi to continue with this testimony. Hopefully YouTube isn't a bitch, and it does let you post the link. I mean, if it lets all the bots post links, why would it let you post a link? We'll see. We'll figure out how to get it. Okay. Let's hear your bullshit. Very well. You and your wife are a murdering duo. Is your wife... maybe his wife is... what's her face? Is the vigilante. And they're like two-timing the rebels. I don't know. He was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. Ugh. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. I will have to look at whatever he just sent me later.
I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. Comments. I'm gonna check my videos. I assume this one, because it has a comment. Yes, here it is. Okay. Oh God. I'll copy the link and put it in the chat now. Stream in my chat. Here we go. Bum, 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 there we go. For anybody who's watching and wants it, it's Apollo and Clavier singing a song together. I cannot wait to listen to that later. Thank you so much, Ivy. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Koreanist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the high priest? If it wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Alright. Alright, what bullshit did you spread? Entertaining his family, listen to the tape. Alright. I'm gonna start at the beginning again. You were entertaining his majesty and his family during the crime?
Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking.
Your wife was there that day.
Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see.
Once again, I'm just doing the same voice back and forth, but it's fine. Also, remind me to listen to it. They finally gave us some Klapalo crumbs. I subsist on the crumbs, so...
That's why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day.
So the judge never saw Mrs. Inmee. Should I have Abbott Inmee add that to the testimony? Yes. Please add that statement to your testimony.
As you wish.
My wife Believe was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. I don't think I have anything that could contradict that. Like, there's nothing. No, I have nothing to contradict that right now. Okay. It feels like something I'll come back to later. Her man and woman quarreling. It sounded like. I mean,
Hold it!
do you know their voices well enough for that? I guess you would. Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye?
I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye had an alibi that you can prove.
I'm afraid not.
Well, I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may.
Alright.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I say that's worth looking into.
It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. He must have felt so heavy.
It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Yeah, sure. Alright. Please.
As you wish.
Alright. I would describe it. Okay. You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death?
Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul.
Okay, I'm not attempting to say that. Oh, now I get the notification that you've commented.
I had high hopes for that young man's future.
Why do I feel like such a jerk for trying to do my job right now? So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with his magistrate and his family at the time.
Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm.
What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? Better find a way to attack his alibi soon. Or just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. Alright. I guess I'm just gonna press everything I haven't pressed.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day?
The menu that day featured hot.
No.
They're both traditional Koreanese dishes.
I can't even begin to imagine what those are.
Yes! The exquisite zest of to surpass, and the supreme texture of melt.
Oh. Melton mod. Look, I thought it was gonna be like melting in my mouth. Okay, whatever.
Lady Inme's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once his magistrate and his family had left...
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording.
Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret.
Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone?
Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear.
Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened.
Why, the warbat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it?
Give me a break.
Mr. Wright. Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be.
This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Immi. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his magistrate left?
Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had.
And the victim's body?
It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating.
So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo?
Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day.
So, the stone slab have been put back in place. Okay.
Mr. Wright. Is it not time to concede defeat?
No, wait. I just need a little more time.
If you insist.
Okay. Alright. I was in the kitchen. I listened to the tape or heard my quarreling. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. It must have felt so heavy. Okay. It's just as Abbott and me saw after the incident. No. Where's the fucking right button? Abbott and me, you said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Yeah, I don't like that statement. Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in his photo. Yeah, how does he fucking know what happened? We didn't say. So, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. And the fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her Benevolence's divine seance earlier.
Would the defense please get to the point?
My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death.
I still don't see your point.
I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Oh, that's brutal. And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. Need I remind you, Abbot Inmee was with his Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's because his wife did it! Because his wife did it! And she told him about it! Probably. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow?
Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation.
I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit, his wife. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer.
The real killer?
Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation.
So tell us, who is this real killer?
It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is this bitch.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmee at all, did you?
No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything?
Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi, but his wife does not.
What the devil are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmee might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her.
No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmee could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Yeah, they're two-timing the rebels.
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too.
Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmee killed her husband as well?
As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out.
Yikes! You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife! That is utterly impossible!
Okay, bud.
Yikes! I've never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Abbot Inmee stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. No, it's not.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now.
No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inmee. Your wife, Lady Inmee, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
Ugh, I completely forgot about that. She doesn't look like she is.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Abbot Zealot was the accused.
This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget. My client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly...
You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inmi.
What?
Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight.
Then you have figured it out as well, Abadimi. Because she had her name.
I asked you to explain it to this putrid brain lawyer.
So, like, maybe she was channeling.
Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Lord Magistrate, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger...
It can't be, because Lady Kira's been doing this for 2 years, and Maya's only had the book for like a day.
By all means, please testify. Akalai Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
Uh-huh. But...
Do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. It's the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power.
Phoenix is fine. Maya's ability to channel spirits, it comes back to haunt her.
Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense?
No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? I already know. I got it. I got us, baby boy. Oh my god. This one. Book. Where's the book? There it is.
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira?
Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within.
Abbot in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira.
What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain?
This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. I mean... I guess she probably can read Koreanese, so it's not that. But she needs the face, right? She needs to know her face. I love the fact that Clavier is constantly leading down to meet Apollo's height. I'm so excited to watch this video. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit.
It can't be.
Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira.
Oh my!
Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder.
But then, who is it the rebel hunting Lady Kira? Who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper?
Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? I just noticed, every time he takes off those beads, it phases through his braid.
Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction.
Think.
The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders.
I thought Mrs. Imi was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Arbol is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with,
Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is.
This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
You do? Are you sure about that?
Yes, completely.
I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain.
Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing. Oh, girl. Okay. I don't know. It's not, obviously. And it's not, obviously, and obviously. Has he been doing it himself? We got that letter. No. No. Oh, wait. He's been here for 2 years. Around the same time as Maya. And it's not him. But he was killed by Lady Kira. What the wait? But he was killed by Lady Kira. I'm so confused.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is Pere Zealot.
What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say?
I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Peace. I say peace. Defense will continue.
Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least, I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inby or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have evidence to prove it. Do we? The evidence that proves was posing Lady Kira is this. Do we? What is it? Okay. Not gonna be that. Not gonna be that. Only someone. Oh!
Take that!
Okay, that's it. This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. There was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. Oof. All my people are texting me tonight. As it seems to always go when I'm streaming. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying.
But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial is proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive?
The only suspect left is Mrs. Inby, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inby is a rebel?
What? Fiend, you are still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's print on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime has been called into question.
Was Lady Inby a rebel? Did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Did you mean the one in the rebel hideout?
Yes, but what of it?
So that's it.
What's gotten into him? Alright, dude.
Abbott and me. Just what is so comical? It's gonna be like, it wasn't turned on. The batteries were dead. It didn't work. Forgive my outburst. It simply tickled my funny bone.
What did?
The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm clock could not possibly have gone off.
What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked.
Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off?
Wait, you don't mean...
Indeed, we leave the alarm switch off at all times.
Okay, so it's my original thing that she was wearing the watch, and they just mistaked it as the theme song of the Plumed Punisher, because it sounds exactly like the Steel Samurai.
In that case, I am sad to say that defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright?
Yes, it's bullshit.
Oh, this can't be happening.
Not now. I can't stop shaking your fucking head at me with those luscious lashes.
This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunter Lady Kira and the victim's killer.
No! I need an opening. Something I can raise an objection to.
That Plume Punisher theme song Acolyte heard is in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device.
But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to that fact before?
Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbot Emmy was channeled.
Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off?
Miserable wretch! That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven.
If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Ugh, come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... We set the switch back into the off position before we left.
I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro were etched in my mind. They went...
Distinctive taiko drums in the intro?
This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? Objection!
By all means, and let us also return Abbot Emmy's spirit to the Twilight Realm.
Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
We all know who that came from. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty?
Yes?
The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence.
It is? Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames.
You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. It's the strap. Yeah? Yes.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with this statement. My client's Plumed Punisher strap.
What does that have to do with anything?
It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plumed Punisher theme?
In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There is no taiko drum in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme, so what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo.
Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak?
The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip. I mean, it's very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two.
But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout.
actually, no. You have it backwards.
Backwards?
That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Kurayan. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain steel samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap.
This avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot.
Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me.
Objection.
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. I already know what it is.
Very well then.
Please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Emmy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is...
Take that!
It's right here, in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Emmy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? Yeah. No.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Emmy's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch.
Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbot Emmy.
This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Emmy had the Steel Samurai watch. So, what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Emmy was wearing.
I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
Shut the fuck up. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid there is, alright. Just like the big gaping hole in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who has narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot and rebel hunting Lady Kira, or slew, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Yeah, I had that question too.
That means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira, because he was slain by his wife!
How could I have missed that? Baby boy, at least I didn't. So tell me, who are you going to say killed the priest now? Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? Ugh, I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Let it go now and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Are we gonna get a brain blast? Yeah! Alright. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. Yeah, because the water was red. The spring was stained red before the rite. Oh right, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red because of Zealot's blood. spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. Yep, I figured that out earlier. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Okay. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden would be my guess. He wanted to keep the hideout secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout, and that's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... use the rite to cover things up? He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. How is he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used his own blood. Stained the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. So he killed himself? It's all starting to fall into place. Now I know who killed the High Priest. It was himself. Holy shit, it was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I've never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zella's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. Just as Prosecutor Satmati says, your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. It was moved by Terra's soul? No. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. No weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The statue? The real weapon? Got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Even if I think back on the trial this far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. I assume the statue. Oh, I forgot this is evidence now. Oh, thank God. What really killed him has been at the Inner Sanctum all this time. Its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbad statue. Alright, buddy.
You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives?
Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me?
No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's...
Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough?
Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbott in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would.
It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Pare was slain.
That sound, it's...
The Steel Samurai alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this.
No, stop! She knows not what she speaks.
Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Okay.
Abbott in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once.
A physician? He's a ghost. In my friend's body.
The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now let us continue.
And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Immy, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Datz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Sorry. Pare was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel?
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Pare Zealot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder.
Even with the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you, because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes.
The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as to cover up the tattoo that all Koreanist clergy members receive.
Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks.
I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be!
Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Now, Lady Inme, please continue.
Pare suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here. happened in me. Are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead.
Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life.
After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all.
So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey?
Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me.
How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger?
I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before, and right before the rite I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue.
That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started.
Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing?
You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused.
Prosecutor Sadmati, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand.
Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad.
Why, I believe the defense knows what the high priest speaks.
Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the high priest took his own life. Oh, God.
Oh.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what this has to do with his suicide. In Kurayan, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments.
The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbad statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
But, are you saying you used my divination seance to prove false evidence? Produce false evidence?
Forgive me your benevolence. But it was the only way to help my lovely wife.
If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense.
Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense. And when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the law of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law.
Of course. I'll do whatever I can.
What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty, yes, I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. For benevolence, it is time I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Parting, if you please.
Please put your shirt back on.
Very well. Your benevolence. Please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
Well, thank God.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this exact picture before. Now I'm realizing the source of it. Yeah. Just fucking topless in the middle of a foreign court. But
now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Oh, look how his feet are bigger than her shoes. I didn't notice that, but it's hanging off the... like hanging off the front and the back. Yes, always and forever. I know this is a serious moment, but I just noticed that.
With every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you.
Seriously, Cody. Oh. This game is bananas in the best way.
Farewell, my darling, to rest.
Okay, can we get off the white screen? Thank you.
The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya.
I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act.
Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday.
Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright,
not guilty! Woo! I forgot we don't get the cheers. We get butterflies, which is fine, I guess. Oh, Maya's so adorable. I love her so much. Oh, I missed her desperately.
So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair.
Yeah, he even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
It's just so sad.
Protect the status quo or join the revolution. With the real Lady Kira over here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence?
Huh? What?
I was, just wondering. Are you alright?
Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright?
Yeah, she's not doing well at all.
Who do you think you are? Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel.
Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I'd always believed that communicating with the victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, I was revealed
it was revealed that they served to support false charges, rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Isn't that a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? Is it not worth at least a laugh or two? You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, Your Benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, Your Benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Barbed Head, your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What was that?
Came from the hallway. Smoke, we better go check it out. Hurry.
Mrs. Inme. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady Emmy, we gotta hurry.
That voice, is that Mr. Arbol? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocent charges with false crimes under the odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us all fairly.
Hey there, PW. Wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time.
Dirk? Oh, there he is. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk?
After him! Don't let him get away!
Holy shit. The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. I love her. I've missed her so much. Ugh. Ugh! Yes, I would love to save. Achievement get. Alright. No, let's go back to the games menu. That is gonna be it for tonight. Wow. We get to see Blackwell next week! Oh, I'm very excited about that. Who are these British ass looking? These look like characters out of the Great Ace Attorney. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. Oh, that was fantastic. God, I miss Maya. Like, desperately. Like, there was no room for her in Duel Destinies. There were already too many characters in Duel Destinies, but I missed her very much. And she wasn't in Polyjustice either, obviously. Alright, I don't know what my computer's doing, but it doesn't want to close the game. It didn't want to open the game anyway, or either, so... Anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. Oh my god, my back hurts. Everybody stretch if you haven't in a while. Ugh. That was great. I fucking love these games. We got 3 more cases left. 3 more. And then I might put it to a vote if you guys want me to do tier lists before Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright or after Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Because if I do ones with characters, like ranking all of the characters, there's probably Professor Layton characters in it that I'm obviously not going to know. So do I just wait until I have everything done? Or do we do it after the, like, actual games? Because it's just a spinoff. Anyway, I'll leave that question to be pondered. For then, you know, until we finish this game. I'm gonna be so upset when we finish playing these games. We've been playing them for so long. Oh, I'm gonna be so upset. Anyway, that is going to do it for me tonight. Once again, I might double check my schedule, but I think I should be fine for next week. Yeah, oh my god, next Friday is the anniversary of Phoenix Wright's disbarment. Oh, we'll have to celebrate. I almost forgot. I have that written down in my calendar. So yes, we will be streaming next week. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your Friday night, an incredible weekend, and I will see you guys all next week. All right, goodbye.